Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Sandalwood Caravan. Chapter 1. The Caravan Sets Out. The morning sky was the color of almond milk, pale and softly glowing, as the caravan stirred to life beneath the crumbling red cliffs of Dunhuang. Camels groaned and shuffled in the sand, their long-lashed eyes half-closed, patient as monks. Brass bells on their harnesses chimed faintly in the desert air, a soft prelude to the journey. Caravan master Omar stood apart from the others, his hands behind his back, watching the sun edge over the eastern hills. He wore a long sand-colored robe and a turban the hue of faded indigo. His beard was streaked with silver, and his eyes, deep-set and quiet, seemed to measure not just distance, but the weight of time. "North wind's gentler today," he murmured to no one in particular. "It wants us to go." Behind him, the small band of traders made their final preparations. There were 6 of them in total, each with their own wares and their own reasons for following the ancient road westward. The tea merchant, meticulously packed a lacquered chest of jade oolong and smoked puer. His every movement was deliberate, almost ceremonial. Born in the hills of Yunnan, he spoke rarely, but when he did, it was with the calm of boiling water before it breaks. Bahram, the glassblower from Nishapur, adjusted his pack, which was laden with fragile wrapped bundles of colored glass, vials, beads, and small lamps. His hands were thick with age and work, but his voice carried the music of poetry. At 62, he was the eldest after Omar, and often sat nearest to the fire. Minna, the spice widow, knelt beside her baskets, retying the cloths that covered cinnamon bark, star anise, cardamom pods, and tiny jars of rare resins. Her hair, dark and streaked with grey, was braided tightly, and her eyes, though sad, held the calm strength of someone who had survived both marriage and war. And there was Lele, barely 17, the scribe's daughter. She carried little more than her ink-stained fingers, a rolled parchment case, and the memory of her father's last words. "Write what they do not say aloud." She rode her camel nervously, legs stiff with inexperience, but her eyes were curious and alive. The last member was Hafiz, a boy of 10 from a roadside village, recently orphaned, now traveling in silence. Omar had taken him in without explanation, assigning him to tend the camels and walk beside him. The caravan was modest compared to the great silk expeditions of past empires, but it moved with purpose. Each trader had agreed to travel under Omar's leadership, drawn by his reputation as a man of steady pace and safer roads. Before leaving, Omar stood before them and spoke, not with authority, but with the calm rhythm of someone who had spoken these words many times. "We do not rush. The road is long. It is not coins that bring us to Damascus, but breath and patience and memory. Along this path you may find prophets, but if you listen, truly listen to each other, to the land, you may find something rarer." The silence that followed was not awkward, it was shared, understood. Then the lead camel shifted, and the line began to move, slow and uneven at first, then gradually smoothing out into the long ripple of a caravan in motion. Sand crunched under padded feet, wind whispered through the salt grasses. The sun rose higher, gilding the rocks and the traders' faces in molten gold. Lele rode near the middle, notebook balanced in her lap. Her father had once traveled with Omar years ago, before the illness. She wanted to record everything: the sound of the bells, the way Bahram hummed when adjusting his ropes, the look in Mina's eyes when no one was speaking to her. These were the things history forgot, but not her. Midday brought silence. Even the wind seemed to rest. They stopped under a cluster of tamarisk trees, and Omar passed around dried apricots and almonds. There was little talk. Heat pressed down gently but insistently. In the afternoon, dunes gave way to ochre cliffs and dry riverbeds. They crossed the cracked bones of an old caravanserai, its walls broken, its well long dry. Hafiz ran his fingers over an old inscription, carved in Persian. Omar nodded at the boy. "Some roads forget their names," he said, "but they remember the feet." That night, they made their first camp under the open stars. The fire was small, coaxed from dry brush and camel dung. Around it, The traders sat in a rough circle, eating lentils and flatbread. The air was cool now, the kind that made silence feel like a blanket. And then, without cue or announcement, Omar began to speak. "It is our first night," he said, "and so I will tell you the story of the sandalwood box." Heads turned. Mina shifted closer to the fire. Even the camels settled more quietly. Omar's voice was not theatrical, nor overly dramatic. It was simple, steady, like footsteps across sand. In the city of Balkh, long ago, a man was given a sandalwood box by a stranger. It was plain and small, but inside it smelled of peace and warm rains. The man kept it near his pillow, and each night he dreamed gently. The story, that tale within a tale, would become the first of many, and in its telling, something unspoken passed between them. Not just travelers anymore, but companions. As the last stars emerged and the fire hissed low, Layli wrote down the story word for word. She would come to call it Night 1. And though she could not yet see it, this was not a record of trade or travel, but of something older, a human rhythm stretching across time. Far off, a jackal called. The caravan would rise again at dawn. Chapter 2. The story of the sandalwood box. The wind shifted slightly as night deepened, carrying with it the faint scent of tamarisk and dust. Around the glowing embers of the campfire, the caravan sat wrapped in cloaks and thought. Above them, the stars spilled across the sky like scattered salt, timeless and watching. Laylia's pen hovered over her parchment. Umar stirred the fire gently with a stick. "The sandalwood box," he repeated, as though the name itself had weight. It passed through many hands before it came to the man. "I will tell you about." The traders leaned in slightly, not from urgency, but from quiet attention. It had been a long day of travel, but their minds were still sharp, open. Stories did that. They stretched the soul even as the body rested. Umar looked into the fire as he spoke, not at his listeners. There was once a man named Hamid who lived in Balkh, a man of modest means but generous spirit. He was a maker of ink, grinding charcoal and mixing oils, his fingers always stained black and smelling of bitter roots. One day, while sitting near the fountain of the poets, he saw a foreigner being mocked by local boys. The man wore a torn robe and carried only a small parcel. Hamid rose, gave the man a cup of water, and shared his bread. In return, the stranger smiled and gave him a small box, made of sandalwood. "This is for you," he said, "but you may not keep it forever." Hamid laughed at the odd instruction, but took the box with a bow. That night, as he opened the box for the first time, he found nothing inside. But the scent that rose from it was deep and warm, like rain on earth, or old temple wood. That night, he slept deeply, and for the first time in years, without anxious dreams. The next day, Hamid brought the box with him to his shop. Every customer who entered seemed calmer. A woman who had lost her son left weeping, but smiling. A boy who stammered spoke a full sentence without pause. Hamid realized the scent calmed people, cleared their hearts. Still, he told no one the box's secret, but he kept it open on a high shelf. Years passed. People came to the ink maker not just for ink, but for counsel, for comfort. They would sit, breathe deeply, speak their hearts. Hamid never offered advice. He only listened. One day, a soldier returned from the east. His eyes were hollow, his hands always shaking. He came to Hamid and said, "I heard you can help me sleep." Hamid smiled and said, "Take the box. Place it near your bed." The soldier tried to refuse, but Hamid shook his head. "It was never mine to keep." The soldier took it. The next morning he returned, tears in his eyes. "I dreamed of my mother," he said. "She sang to me." Hamid smiled. The man left the city soon after. So did the box. Years passed. Hamid grew old. He no longer made ink. But one day, a girl came to him, barefoot, hungry, carrying nothing but a parcel. She opened it. It was the sandalwood box. "A woman gave this to me in the mountains," she said. "She said I would know where to bring it." Hamid wept. He kept it by his bed once more, and then, one day, he passed it to someone else. No one ever owned the sandalwood box, but it belonged to everyone it touched, and long after the box itself turned to dust, People still spoke of it, not for what it was, but for how it made them feel. When Omar finished, the fire had burned down to a low crimson glow. The silence afterward was not empty. It was a pause full of thought, like a breath before a song. Nina nodded slowly. "Sandalwood lasts longer than most trees," she said softly. "Even when burned, it still offers fragrance," we added. "The story reminds me of a tea I once brewed for a grieving man. He didn't speak, just drank. But the next day, he brought me a single plum and said thank you. That was all." Layla scribbled notes rapidly, though she knew already that no words could fully contain the quiet warmth that had settled among them. Omar glanced at her, and then at Hafiz, who sat close to the camels, half asleep. "Not all stories are lessons," Omar said gently. "Some are simply reminders." "Reminders of what?" Layla asked. "That we belong to one another, even if only for a while." The fire hissed softly. Above, the stars blinked like slow embers cooling in the great dark. The desert, vast and endless by day, now felt like a small, quiet room, just large enough for 7 travelers and 1 memory. Tomorrow, they would walk again. But tonight they had the scent of sandalwood. Chapter 3. Tea for the Emperor. The caravan rose with the pale sun, the sky barely tinged with rose and gold. Camels stretched their necks and yawned, snorting softly as Hafiz walked among them, checking ropes and feeding them dates from a small pouch. Omar knelt by the fire pit, coaxing new flame from last night's ashes. Lele was already writing. They traveled in silence for much of the morning, the only sounds the rhythmic pad of hooves on sand and the whispering of dry grasses swaying in the breeze. Around midday, they stopped in the shade of a low bluff, a solitary rock like a sleeping lion in the vast plain. The camels were unburdened, their packs placed carefully against the bluff's edge. We, the tea merchant, knelt by a flat stone, unfolding a parcel wrapped in oiled silk. From within he withdrew a lacquered box, a small clay teapot, and 3 tiny cups carved from green stone. Water was set to boil in a tin kettle over the low fire. Lodi watched him with fascination. His hands moved slowly, without waste. The steeping of leaves, the pouring of water, the motion of breath. Even the tea steam seemed calmer in his presence. Omar accepted a cup with a nod. "Behao yin jun." We smiled slightly. "Close. This is white jade needle, picked before the rains." Braram leaned back on his pack and raised an eyebrow. "You carry tea fit for emperors, yet we are just desert walkers." "I once tried to serve an emperor," Wei said, setting the kettle down beside the fire. "Would you like to hear what became of that?" They nodded. "Of course." Nina set aside a cloth she had been mending. Even Hafiz sat still, listening. And so, as tea cooled in the cups, Wei began to tell his tale. "I was not always a traveler," he said softly, "but I was always a student of tea. My father ran a small shop on the slopes of Mount Wuyi, where mist clings to the stones and the air smells of moss. He taught me that tea is not simply drink, but spirit. Each leaf holds a story, each cup a silence." One day, word came that the Son of Heaven, the Emperor himself, was seeking the rarest tea in the land, not for ceremony, but for his dying mother, who could no longer eat, but still craved warmth and memory. I had just perfected a delicate blend, moon-picked white tea, infused with lotus pollen and dried apricot blossom. I believed it worthy. I believed I was worthy. I traveled over 1,000 li, guarding the box of leaves as if it were a child. In each village I brewed for the poor, the sick, the curious. All praised it. I grew confident. When I arrived at the summer palace, the gates were closed for mourning. The empress had passed in the night. But I was young. I demanded to be heard. I claimed the tea would have soothed her, perhaps prolonged her days. I was arrogant. A court physician heard my shouting. He came out. He asked for the tea, not to give to the emperor, but to taste himself. I brewed it under his eye, careful and perfect. He sipped. Then he looked at me and said, "This tea tastes of longing." I was stunned. I asked him what he meant. He said, "It is beautiful, but full of its own pride. A true tea for one at peace, tastes of the earth it came from, not of the man who shaped it." He gave me no more words, no entry, no title, just silence. I left the palace that night. I sat beside a pond, watching the reflection of lanterns in the water. Then I brewed the tea again, this time only for myself, and I tasted it. He was right. It was tea for emperors, yes, but not for mothers, not for grief, not for the quiet heart. I returned home and changed everything. I stopped chasing beauty. I began listening to water, to the wind, to silence. Now, I make simple teas. They do not carry titles, but they carry comfort. The story ended, not with applause or reaction, but with a shared stillness. We poured more tea. This time he did not say its name. Omar sipped and said, "This one tastes like stone and river." Bahram said, "Like something I forgot I needed." Mina simply smiled and nodded. Lile, pen unmoving, whispered, "He made tea for ghosts." We looked at her, and for the first time on the journey, his face showed something like surprise. Then he nodded, "Yes, and now I make tea for the living." The wind picked up slightly, carrying the scent of distant myrrh trees. Fiz reached for a cup. We poured him one, without a word. That night, when they camped again under the open stars, Lele wrote the story in a different tone. She didn't describe the emperor or the palace, or the courtiers. She wrote only about water warming in silence, and a man who learned to brew without pride. She titled it, "The Tea That Listened," and as she closed her parchment, she thought to herself, perhaps the best stories are not told to be remembered, but to make us forget, just briefly, the noise of the world. Tomorrow, the desert would stretch forward again, but tonight there was steam and silence and starlight. Chapter 4, Mirage at Noon. By the fourth day, the sun no longer felt like a presence above them, but a truth they carried on their backs. It was a white, humming heat that blurred the horizon and made even the shadows waver. The caravan moved slowly, deliberately, as if the very earth was made of glass that might crack if stepped upon too heavily. We kept a damp cloth under his hat. Bahram had taken to humming old love songs. Mina applied a paste of clove and sesame oil to her forehead and offered the same to Lele, who accepted gratefully. Around midday, they paused, not because they wanted to, but because the heat demanded it. Omar chose a stretch of dry land near a collapsed stone pillar, perhaps once part of a traveler's shrine or a forgotten marker. The camels were tied and watered. The traders dropped their packs and sat in silence, waiting for the worst of the sun to pass. Then Hafiz, who had wandered slightly ahead with a skin of water, came running back. "There's someone out there," he said, panting. A man, alone. Omar rose, shielding his eyes. Sure enough, through the shimmer of heat, a figure could be seen, not walking but standing still, like a tree with no roots. They waited. The figure did not move. "I'll go," Omar said. He walked alone, his steps patient, sure-footed. The others watched in silence. The air between him and the man rippled, thick as river water. After what seemed like hours, Omar returned, with the man. He was draped in white robes, his head uncovered, skin darkened by sun and salt. His beard was ragged, but his eyes were wide, bright, and unsettling. He said nothing, but accepted water from Mina without thanks, drinking slowly, then sitting beside the pillar as if it had been waiting for him. After a while, he spoke. "I saw the end of the road." No one answered. He turned to Omar. "You must go west, but not before the red moon." Omar nodded. "What did you see?" The man smiled, all teeth and fatigue. "A city of silver, a well that reflects stars even at noon, and a girl with gold eyes who knows your name." Silence again. Then he stood, just as suddenly, and walked away, vanishing into the haze from which he had come. Lele stared after him. "What was that?" "Mirage," Bahram muttered. "No," Mina said. "Something more." Omar sat and began stirring a pot of barley. He believes what he saw, and perhaps once he truly saw something, but he forgot how to stop seeing it. And then he added, "Let me tell you a story. There was once a king named Rashid who ruled a desert realm. He was beloved by his people, wise in counsel and content in peace. One day, a traveler came from the west and whispered of a city that shimmered on the horizon. a place where gold grew on trees and music flowed from stones. The traveler said, "Only those with pure hearts may enter." Rashid was curious, but content. He said, "Let it remain legend." But the whisper grew. His court grew restless. "Are we not pure?" they asked. "Do we not deserve such wonders?" Eventually, Rashid gave in. He sent scouts. They returned with wild tales. Glowing towers, endless feasts, fountains that healed pain. He began to dream of it. He could see the silver city every time he closed his eyes. So he set out with his court, leaving behind his throne, his wife, his people. For days they wandered. The city always shimmered in the distance, beautiful but unreachable. Men grew weary, some died, others turned back. But Rashid pressed on, always believing it was just one more day ahead. Years passed, his beard turned white, his horse died beneath him. His court became only a handful of followers. And then one morning he woke alone. The city was gone. He returned to his kingdom, but it had moved on without him. Another king ruled. The people did not know his name. Rashid went to the temple of his youth and wept. A monk brought him water and said only this: "Sometimes we chase paradise and forget we are already within its walls." The story ended with the soft clink of the barley spoon against the pot. The desert wind stirred slightly, carrying dust and the breath of heat. "No one found the city?" Layla asked. Omar shook his head. The city was real, but it was never meant to be reached, only seen and released. We added, "Like steam above tea." Mina said, "Like the scent of sandalwood." Deham chuckled. "Are all your stories warnings, old man?" Umar smiled. "Not all, but some roads must be closed in the mind, or you will walk forever." They ate in silence. The sun began its slow descent, taking with it the sharp edge of the day. Later that night, Laylay wrote the tale carefully. She called it The King and the City of Light. But in the margins, she scribbled a note to herself: "Chase nothing, drink water, return home." That night, as stars unfolded once more above their camp, Hafiz sat a little closer to Omar, and Mina gave the boy a bundle of spice-scented cloth to rest his head on. Far away, the desert shimmered, but no one watched for cities. They were already where they needed to be. Chapter 5: The Widow's Scented Memories. The morning air carried a faint sweetness, as if some unseen tree had bloomed overnight, though nothing grew for miles. The sky was unusually soft that day, layered in pale blue and dusty rose, and the horizon shimmered gently like silk in a breeze. Mina was the last to rise. She was not lazy. In fact, she often woke earlier than the others. But today she lingered in her bedroll, eyes open, watching the camels stretch and the sky shift. She traced a finger across the patterned fabric of her shawl, stopping where a thread had worn thin. Her dreams had been thick with scent: saffron, cinnamon, cloves, and something else. A voice. She did not tell the others. The caravan moved with its usual grace. Omar said little. Way brewed a mild tea from wild leaves he had gathered the day before. Bahram complained, not unhappily, about the slow ache in his left hip. Laylay wrote, while riding, something Omar cautioned her against, but never forbade. As they walked, a breeze rose from the south, and with it came the scent of salt and dry rose petals. Mina breathed in and closed her eyes. By noon they came upon a rare patch of green, a small depression in the land where desert grass clung to life, and a few wind-warped shrubs huddled together like secretive elders. They made camp early. The heat had begun to sap their strength, and the camels appreciated the pause. Omar prepared a light stew. Laylay offered to help, and Omar handed her a knife and a carrot with mock solemnity, as if bestowing a sacred trust. Mina sat apart, cross-legged near her spice baskets. One by one, she untied them. Not for selling, but for the comfort of order. The way some people stroke prayer beads, she touched each jar, each bundle, and held it to her nose. And then she spoke. "I met my husband in Samarkand," she said, without prompting, her voice low, but clear. "I was 17. He was a perfumer, and I thought him the cleverest man I had ever met." The others turned toward her, quietly. "He had a little shop tucked between a melon cellar and a man who made combs from camel horn. His wares were simple: jasmine oil, orange blossom, myrrh. But what he loved most was spices. He believed scent could summon memory better than any painting or poem, and he proved it to me. She picked up a jar of crushed cardamom and held it gently. One day he ground 3 seeds in his hand and asked me to smell them. I did. He said, "Now tell me, where are you?" And suddenly, I wasn't in the shop anymore. I was in my mother's kitchen, hiding under the table while she baked flatbread. I hadn't thought of that day in years. He smiled. "This is what scent can do," he said. "It is the door no one guards." I married him that winter. She paused. Even the camels seemed to be listening. He made perfumes for nobles, for travelers, for lovers who came to him secretly. He never wrote down his recipes, only whispered them to glass bottles before sealing them. She reached into a side pocket and drew out a tiny vial, no bigger than her thumb. This was the last scent he made, for me. He called it Sabr, patience. Omar bowed his head gently, recognizing the Arabic word. "It smells of cedar, cardamom, and rose." He said those were the scents that would remain when everything else had gone. Lala leaned forward. "What happened to him?" Mina looked into the distance. "War," she said. "The kind that comes quietly, through treaties and lies." One day the market was full. The next it was ash. No one asked more. She didn't cry. She didn't tremble. She simply said, "I gathered what I could. Jars, seeds, a few coins." I walked west. I've been walking ever since. Bashram, voice roughened by age and something unspoken, said, "You carry his shop on your back." She nodded. "And I bring him with me each time I open a jar." We spoke softly. "Some say scent is the last sense the soul forgets." "I hope that's true," Mina whispered. "Then maybe he still smells the jasmine on my wrists when I sleep." The campfire was lit early that evening. The stew tasted faintly of cumin. Omar had added it, silently from Mina's basket. They sat close that night, not for warmth, but for something else. The way mourners sit together in a house that has known music. Mina told no more stories that evening, but she uncorked the tiny vial and passed it once, hand to hand, around the circle. Each person closed their eyes as they held it, and breathed. Lele wrote nothing down. She simply placed her pen beside her paper and let the scent linger. When she finally picked the pen back up, she did not title the page. She wrote only one line. "Some things cannot be named, only remembered." Chapter 6. The Story Beneath the Stars. That evening, the desert sky was unusually clear. The kind of clarity that makes even silence feel sharper. The wind had stilled. The fire crackled softly, casting gold onto the travelers' faces, and long shadows onto the sand. Above them, the stars began to gather. Not just a few here and there, but thousands, sharp, cold, and ancient. They burned without flicker, as if the sky itself had been pricked open and stitched with flame. The caravan sat close around the fire. No one spoke for a while. Even Bahram didn't hum. Then, without warning, a streak of light flashed across the sky. It was quick, but brilliant, like a silver thread being pulled through fabric. "Meteor," Wei said softly. "A falling star." Then another, and another. Gasps rose among them, even from the camels, who shifted and snorted at the strange light. "A shower," Omar said, with a nod. "Tonight, the sky is generous." Lily leaned back, arms folded behind her head, staring upward. "Why do stars fall?" she asked aloud. Everyone looked to Omar, as they always did when a question floated out like that. He smiled, slow and soft, and said, "Would you like a story?" Lily sat up, grinning. "Always." So he told one. "In the beginning," Omar began, "when the stars were first placed in the sky, they were not fixed. They were like us, wanderers. Each star had a name, a task, and a question. They moved in patterns, learning the shape of the world, watching its rivers, its winds, its quiet joys and its loud sorrows. They listened to every whisper, every lullaby, every grief. But some stars began to grow restless. They watched from afar for so long, always observing, never touching, and they began to wonder, what would it be like to fall? One star, small and silver, asked the skykeeper. May I fall? The skykeeper asked. Why? The star said, because I want to feel. I want to know what it is to light a child's eyes, or guide a lost man home. I want to mean something, even if it's only for a breath of time. The skykeeper was silent. Then one night, the star loosened itself. It let go, and it fell. It burned as it fell. Brilliant, fast, dying, and living all at once. Below, a mother, in labor, saw the light and was comforted. A shepherd changed course because of it, and found a stream. A young girl made a wish. The star had no name after that, but it was remembered in every tale, every poem, every whispered hope. And so others began to fall, not because they were lost, but because they had found their purpose. To remind us to look up, to remind us that not all falling is failure. Some of it is gift. The fire cracked loudly, as if to mark the end of the story. They were quiet for a long time. Then Mina said, "That's what my husband used to say, that some things break so light can escape." We added, "Falling changes the shape of tea leaves. That's what makes the flavor." Bahram chuckled. Even my glass must be shattered to be reborn. Hafiz was silent, but he lay back beside his camel and stared upward, his eyes wide and gleaming with reflection. Layli didn't speak. She was scribbling furiously, trying to catch every phrase. But later she would write the story again from memory, without ink, by simply closing her eyes and seeing it. She would title it, Why Stars Fall. And years later it would become the first story she told to a child not yet born. That night, none of them slept quickly. They lay scattered beneath the sky like so many fallen stars themselves. Dreamers and traders and rememberers, arranged by accident or maybe something more. Above them, the sky burned on, indifferent and intimate all at once. And somewhere, a star let go, and the desert blinked. Chapter 7. The Glassblower's Secret. The morning broke pale and thin, with a sky so pale it was almost translucent. They walked early to avoid the heat. The desert around them had begun to change. More stone than sand now, more scattered bone-colored cliffs. The wind carried a hint of dryness that cracked the lips and made the camels irritable. Bahram walked at the rear of the line, as he often did. His stride was slower than the others, and his camel, old and bow-legged, plodded without urgency. Yet there was a quiet dignity in their pace, a rhythm that spoke not of slowness but of deliberate time. At mid-morning, they passed through a shallow ravine, where the walls narrowed and the shadows were cool and blue. There they found remnants of an old way station, a half-collapsed wall, a broken kiln, and scattered shards of pottery. Bahram dismounted without a word and knelt in the dust. He picked up a shard, curved cobalt blue with a swirl of gold fused into the glaze. He turned it in his hand gently, as though it was still alive. "This was fired here," he murmured. Omar joined him. "How long ago?" "Long enough that the hands are dust," Bahram said. "But the fire remembers." He slipped the shard into a pouch on his belt. Later, as the sun softened and the campfire flickered to life, the others gathered near Bahram's bundles. He had not yet shared a story, not fully, and tonight, he seemed ready. He unwrapped one of his smaller parcels. Inside was a tiny glass bird, no larger than a fig, its wings curved mid-flight. The body was green, the beak tipped in amber. It shimmered faintly in the firelight, alive in its stillness. Lerla gasped. "You made this?" He nodded. "Long ago, in Nishapur." We leaned closer. "You were a court artisan, weren't you?" "I was many things," Bahram said, "but none of them lasted." He placed the bird gently in Laylay's hands, then folded his own in his lap. "I will tell you how I learned to work with fire," he said, "and how a prince taught me humility. When I was a young man, I worked in the royal glasshouse. My fingers were quick, my eye was sharp, and my pride was enormous. I believed I could trap light itself inside glass. My work was flawless. Or so I believed. One day, a prince, barely 15, came to the glasshouse. He watched me shape a vase, with gold leaf curled like a sleeping dragon. When I finished, I bowed and offered it to him. He held it up to the light, then set it down. "Too perfect," he said. I laughed, thinking him foolish. He said, "Glass should not be a mirror of pride. It should be a vessel for truth." I asked what he meant, so he stayed. for weeks. He learned to gather the molten blob on the end of the blowpipe. He burned his fingers. He cracked bowls. He dropped a pitcher so beautiful it made the whole shop weep when it shattered. But he never stopped. And then, one morning, he brought me a glass cup. Uneven, slightly slanted, one edge thicker than the other. "Drink from it," he said. I did. It held tea like any other. But somehow, it tasted more honest, more real. He said, "This cup knows it is breakable. That is what makes it worthy." From that day, I changed everything. I stopped chasing perfection. I began making vessels that breathed, that bore the mark of hands, not machines. A curve here, a bubble there. Slight asymmetry. The court stopped buying from me, but farmers did, poets did. I was no longer famous, but I was free. Bahram reached into his pack again and withdrew another glass. This one a cup, its base uneven. A tiny green bubble caught near the rim like a secret. He handed it to Mina. "Hold it to the fire." She did. The bubble lit up like a trapped emerald. Layla stared. "It's beautiful. It's flawed," Bahram said. "That is why it sings," we murmured. "Like tea leaves with tears." Mina smiled. "Like spices left too long in sun." Omar nodded. "Like people." Bahram chuckled. "Yes, like us." That night, Layla titled her story, The Prince of Glass. But in her mind she thought of it simply as how to be breakable. She wrote slowly, taking care with each word, trying to leave imperfections in a smudge here, a skipped line there, not by accident but by love. As the fire dimmed, Bahram placed the bird back into its wrappings. But Layla would remember its shape forever. That night, she dreamed of cups that cracked and healed themselves, of princes who dropped things and smiled, of hands that shaped fire not to control it, but to understand it. And far off, the desert wind carried the sound of something cooling, something born in flame. Chapter 8, The River and the Rock. The wind came just before noon, not as a warning, but as a whisper. It swept across the plain in low, sighing gusts, playful at first, tugging at veils and lifting the edges of saddlecloths. Hafiz laughed as it pulled at his sleeves. Mina tied her scarf tighter. Bahram looked up and frowned. Omar paused mid-step and held out his hand, fingers spread. Then came the sand. It moved like breath across the horizon, rising in ribbons, and then in waves. The sky dimmed, shadows disappeared. The air thickened with dust, turning gold, then orange, then rust. "Shelter," Omar said simply. They found it in the curve of a half-buried ravine, where the rock had been worn smooth by wind, and long ago water. The entrance to a shallow cave revealed itself like a secret, and Omar led the camels in one by one, speaking softly to calm their unease. Within the stone hollow, the air was cool and damp. It smelled faintly of minerals and old silence. They lit no fire. The light outside had vanished. Only a soft amber glow remained, filtered through the dust storm's shroud. The traders sat close. For once, no one spoke, not even Bahram. Sand hissed softly across the entrance. And then, after what felt like hours of shared quiet, Omar began to speak. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't declare a story. He simply spoke, and they listened, as if the cave itself had called for words. There once was a river that flowed through a great valley. It was not mighty. It did not roar, or flood, or carve canyons. It moved gently, winding around trees, curling over stones, quiet as breath. High above it stood a great rock, massive, immovable, proud. The rock looked down at the river and said, "You are small. You change nothing." The river said nothing. It simply flowed. The seasons passed. The rock remained. The river moved. Years passed, then decades, then centuries. Still, the rock stood. Still, the river flowed. And then one day, travelers came to the valley and saw something strange. The great rock, once whole, was split in two. Not by storm, not by fire, but by water. The river had carved through it, not in anger, not with force, but with time, a gentle persistence. The rock, now broken, had not been destroyed. It had been opened, and within its heart, the stone shimmered, quartz and crystal, hidden for 1,000 years. The river had not crushed the rock. It had revealed it. Not all strength is loud. Not all change is sudden. The cave fell into silence again. Only the wind hissed softly at the entrance, no longer a threat, but a rhythm, like a drum played far in the distance. Lely exhaled slowly. The river is time, Wei said. Love, Nina whispered. Grief, Bahram offered. Omar smiled. Anything soft that doesn't stop. Lely opened her notebook, but this time she didn't write the story down. Not yet, she simply sat with it. In the dim, quiet space, she imagined the rock, heavy, proud, unchanging, and then the stream that curved beside it for centuries, humming its soft tune, wearing it down with kindness. She thought of herself, of her father's death, of the way writing had slowly brought her back from the ache, not in a flood, but in drips and drops. She understood. By nightfall, the storm had passed. The sky had cleared, the stars re-emerging with a kind of shy brilliance. They made camp just outside the cave, among rocks newly washed in gold from the moonlight. No one spoke much that evening. They needed no more words. Only water, only sleep, only silence, gently carving its way forward. Chapter 9. The Merchant Who Gave Too Much. The land had softened again. Beyond the rocky hills and worn ravines, the caravan now walked through low, rolling plains, where the earth gave slightly underfoot. Grasses appeared again, sparse, wind-bent, golden, and with them came signs of life. Birds overhead, a fox trail in the dust, the distant sound of running water at dawn. Hafiz ran ahead that morning, chasing the sun with boyish glee, his laughter startling a lizard from its perch. Even the camels seemed lighter today, their steps more eager. But by late afternoon, heat and silence returned. They found a circle of tamarisks near a dry creek bed and chose it for their rest. It was there, after the midday meal, dried apricots, barley cakes, and spiced lentils, that Wei asked a question. Almost absently, "Is it possible," he said, "to be too generous?" The question lingered. Mina looked up from tying a new cloth around one of her spice jars. "Only if you give away what was never yours." Bahram made a soft grunt. "Or if you give so much you disappear." Layla looked to Omar, who hadn't spoken. He sat polishing his walking staff, the wood smooth with years of handling. Then he said, "There was once a merchant in the city of Ray. They say he gave everything he had. But not all gifts are wise." And so, another story began. Not to judge generosity, but to gently trace its edges. There was a merchant named Farid, born into nothing, who rose through hard work to become the most prosperous trader in his city. He sold cloth and thread, sugar and salt, oil and parchment. His scales were honest, his speech kind. People trusted him. One winter, a famine swept the city. Crops failed, markets emptied. Farid, who had wisely stored grain, opened his warehouses and gave freely to those in need. "Take what you need," he said. "No coin required." The people praised him. They called him the Golden-Hearted. The city celebrated him, but the famine lasted. Farid sold his jewelry, his carpets, then his house. He bought more grain, more oil, and gave that away too. Eventually, his shop was empty. He sat on its stoop with only the robe on his back, still smiling. A boy passed and asked, "Why are you not inside?" Farid said, "There is nothing inside." A month later, he was gone. Some say he left to find new trade. Others say he died quietly, unthanked. Years passed. One spring, a traveler came to Ray, asking for directions to Farid's shop. The townspeople said, "There is no Farid, but there is a well where his shop once stood. It never runs dry." The traveler went and found the well. People came to fill their buckets, not with coin, not with thanks, but out of habit. No one remembered the man who gave too much. Only the water remained. The wind passed softly through the trees. We stirred the ashes of the fire. He saved others, but lost himself. Loli frowned. Was he wrong? Omar didn't answer immediately. Then he said no, but he gave without a rope back to the shore. Mina nodded. Sometimes kindness must have shape, or it spills, Bahram added. Even a lamp must be refilled. Layli scribbled something in her journal, then paused. So what's the lesson? Don't give too much? Omar smiled. Perhaps give as if you might live tomorrow, not just today. We poured a little tea into an empty bowl and set it near a thirsty tamarisk root. Or give, but stay whole enough to keep giving. They sat quietly after that. Layla's page bore a title now, The Merchant and the Empty Shop, but in the margin she added a line from her own thoughts. Sometimes we forget that the hand that gives must also eat. That evening, as the sun slipped low and the sky turned a dusky peach, Omar checked the camel's ropes twice. He moved slower that night, his gaze long, as if searching the air for something unspoken. Mina offered him a clove for his throat. He took it and nodded in thanks. Before sleep, Bahram placed a glass vial in the sand and filled it halfway with water. Tomorrow, he said to no one, we begin again. Chapter 10. Caravan of Dreams. The desert night was cool and dry, touched with a quiet that was neither silence nor stillness, but something deeper, like a held breath. Above the sleeping camels and dimming coals of the campfire, stars wheeled in slow ceremony. Everyone slept well that night, and everyone dreamed. By morning, the sun returned with soft gold and windless calm. As the caravan packed up camp, Omar called for an extra hour of rest. The earth is still listening, he said simply. So they sat in a loose circle beneath a pale blue sky, passing tea, stretching legs, oiling camel straps, and slowly the talk turned. Not toward the road ahead, but toward the strange, drifting things that had visited their minds in sleep. It was Bahram who first said it aloud. I dreamed I was blowing glass, but every shape I made turned into birds and flew away before cooling. Layla's eyes lit up. What color were they? All of them, Bahram said, even ones that don't exist. We added, I dreamed of a teacup so small it held only a single raindrop, but when I drank it, I felt full. Mina, half smiling, said, I walked through a spice market where every scent was a language, but I had forgotten how to speak. They turned to Omar. He said, I dreamed of a well with no bottom. I leaned in to listen, and it whispered back my own name. Lale sat quietly for a moment, chewing on her thoughts. Hafiz tugged at her sleeve. Did you dream? She nodded. Yes, I dreamed I was writing, but the paper wrote back. It corrected me. They laughed, not loudly, but warmly. The kind of laughter that wraps itself around a circle like a scarf. Omar took a small branch from the firewood pile and drew a circle in the sand. Dreams, he said, are the stories our soul tells when we forget how to speak. Bahram raised an eyebrow. Are they true? Sometimes, Omar said, but mostly they are reminders. Dreams don't always predict, they reflect. He pointed to the circle in the sand. We carry this, he said, even when we walk in lines. And then, as the wind picked up gently and the camels shifted, Omar told a story, one passed to him, he said, by a dervish in Bukhara who never opened his eyes while speaking. There once was a man who dreamed of a golden key. Each night, he saw it clearly, on a shelf, beside a candle. He would reach for it, but just as his fingers touched it, he would wait. He began to search for it in life, in chests, under stones, in temples, in ruins. He spent his youth searching, then his middle years, then his old age. One night, very near the end, he dreamed again. But this time, the key was in his hand. He looked up and saw that he was standing before a door made of breath and wind, the door to his own heart. He had carried the key within him his whole life, but he had never dared to turn it. Silence followed. We whispered. We think dreams are pointing us outward, but they are turning us inward. Mana nodded. Or showing us what we are not brave enough to want. Lele whispered. Or what we're ready to remember. Bahram stretched his legs. Then I suppose all these desert nights have their use. Omar smiled. The road gives us more than distance. As they prepared to leave, Lele didn't write the story down in her usual scroll. Instead, she began a new page, one with no lines, only tiny drawings, a golden key, a teardrop, a bird made of glass. She titled it only, Dreams from the 10th Morning. That day they walked without speaking for a long while. But it wasn't silence, it was listening. Each step was softened by the invisible weight of last night's stories. still clinging like dew to their minds. And high above, the sky moved slowly forward, like a dream they were all still walking through. Chapter 11. In the City of Wind. They reached the city at dusk. It rose from the desert like a mirage, made solid. Not in height, but in color, in sound. The buildings were low, painted in pale pinks and creams, and their rounded domes caught the light like seashells turned skyward. Wind moved through narrow alleys, flapping silks and whispering through hanging lanterns. Children laughed in the distance. Vendors called out praises to dates and almonds, oils and apricots. Perfume lingered in the streets, sweet and heady. Music, a single string, then a flute, rose and fell between the walls. The city, Omar said, had no name that lasted longer than a moon cycle. Travelers call it the City of Wind, he said, because it moves around you before you realize you've moved with it. It was not on every map, and those who stayed too long often forgot where they'd come from. The caravan found shelter in a modest courtyard inn. The rooms were cool, the water sweet. For the first time in many days, they removed their boots and let their feet feel tile and rug. That evening, they wandered. Lele marveled at a stall selling paper lanterns shaped like constellations. Burram found a shop selling glass blown so thin it trembled when you passed. We tasted 6 teas and bought none, but smiled at every pour. Mina followed the scent of cardamom down a side street and wept when she found its source. An old woman selling memories in bottles. Hafiz ran among pigeons and returned with sweet bread warm from the oven. But Omar sat quietly in the inn's courtyard, his staff across his knees, his eyes half closed. When they all returned, full of taste and wonder, laughter in their mouths and trinkets in their hands, they found him waiting by the small fountain. "I've never seen such a place," Lele said, breathless. "It's alive." "It is," Omar said, "and it is also a lesson." He motioned them to sit, and then he told them a story, one that didn't feel like warning, but like the sound of wind through a city that may not be here tomorrow. There was once a city built entirely by the wind. The wind shaped its streets, curved its walls, sang through its doors. The people lived in harmony with it. They built with openings, not obstructions, and left space for the sky to pass through. But as time passed, the city grew greedy. Merchants arrived. They sold wind in jars, pure mountain gusts, sleeping baby breezes, storm-swept courage. People bought them. They stopped listening to the natural wind. They closed their windows. They filled their homes with bought gusts and filtered breezes. They wanted only the wind they could own, and slowly the true wind left. The air grew still. The city, once a song, became a silence. People panicked. They broke open the jars. But it wasn't the same. The wind no longer danced. It coughed and fell. One day, a child climbed the tower at the city's center and opened her arms. She stood there, eyes closed, waiting. Nothing came. Then she whispered, "Come as you are. We will listen again." And the wind returned, shy, slow, cautious. But it came, and the jars were forgotten. The story hung in the courtyard like smoke that did not sting. We leaned back. People bought what they already had. Bahram sighed. "We all do, sometimes." Mina said, "The more you try to hold wind, the more it disappears." Leila was quiet, fingers resting on her lap. Then she asked, "And if the wind doesn't come back?" Omar looked at her kindly. "Then you go where it still sings." They sat there a while, the sounds of the city muffled by stone walls and reflection. That night, Lele wrote by the fountain. She titled the piece "The City That Bought the Wind" and drew a single jar beside it, open, empty, and humming. When they departed the next morning, the city already felt like a dream. The wind at their backs was stronger, real, no longer perfumed or tamed, and as the desert stretched out before them once more, they did not look back. They let the wind carry them forward. Chapter 12. The Language of Camels. By now, the caravan moved like a body in slow meditation. Each person knew their rhythm, their silence, their role. Way had begun humming to his camel. Minaya whispered the names of spices with each step. The Ram walked with his hand on the glass bundle to feel its shift and stillness. Lele wrote with one hand, and balanced with the other, now accustomed to the camel's rise and sway. But Hafiz, always running ahead, always lagging behind, was struggling. He had tried everything, shouting at the camels to move faster, tugging on their reins, smacking the air behind them. Nothing worked. His camel, a large aging female named Serene, walked with infuriating slowness, stopping to sniff rocks, to sneeze, to do nothing at all. That morning, Hafiz slumped in frustration. She hates me. Omar walked beside him. She's a camel. She doesn't hate. She knows. Knows what? How not to rush. Hafiz scowled. I'm trying. That may be the problem. The boy didn't answer. They walked a while, in silence. Then Omar asked, "Would you like to learn her language?" Hafiz looked up, surprised. Camels have a language? Omar smiled. Of course, but it's not the kind that uses words. That evening, they made camp beneath a crooked acacia tree, its branches curled like fingers holding old prayers. The night was warm and quiet, the stars close. Omar called Hafiz to the edge of camp. They sat together near the camels, who were chewing slowly, occasionally snorting, their long eyes half-lidded in calm thought. First lesson, Omar said. Sit still, Hafiz did. Second lesson. What? So the boy watched. He watched Serene as she blinked slowly, as she turned her ears to listen, as she groaned quietly when another camel stepped too near. She talks all the time, Omar said, but not with the sounds we expect. Listen to her breath, to the way she shifts her weight. She is telling you exactly how she feels. But she doesn't listen to me. She does, but you speak wind. She hears stone. Hafiz frowned, then asked, so what do I do? Say nothing, just be here. That's the third lesson. And so, they sat. Minutes passed. Then Serene turned her head slightly, looked at Hafiz, blinked, exhaled. Umar smiled. There. That was a greeting. Hafiz's eyes widened. That was it? That was everything. Later, Omar shared a story by the fire, not one of cities or kings, but of beasts and boys. There was once a shepherd boy who was given a stubborn goat. The goat would not follow, would not graze, would not sleep when told. The boy yelled, pulled, cursed. The goat only walked away. One day, the boy gave up. He sat beside a stream and sighed. The goat sat next to him, drank from the stream. The boy said nothing. The goat stayed. For days, the boy didn't command. He only walked, stopped, walked again. The goat followed. Months passed. The boy grew older, wiser. He stopped calling himself a shepherd. He called himself a companion. When the goat died of old age, the boy wept. And the villagers said, "We never saw a goat so loyal." But the boy said, "No, I only stopped trying to teach him to be something he was not." Mina, brushing sand from her lap, said softly, "You've always trusted camels more than people, haven't you?" Umar chuckled. "They betray less," we said. "They remember longer." Bahram added, "They spit at what annoys them, a useful habit." They laughed, but quietly. The fire cracked gently, casting light on Hafiz, who now sat beside Serene, watching her as she slowly lowered herself to the ground and curled her legs beneath her body, not in fear, but in ease. "She's not so bad," Hafiz whispered. Sir snorted. The others smiled. Leila's pen moved slowly across the page. She titled the story, "The Companion Who Stopped Speaking," and in the margin wrote, "Sometimes love is quiet, and presence is louder than command." That night, the wind was still. The camels made soft sounds in their sleep. And the boy who had once shouted lay curled beside one of them, silent, finally speaking her language, not with words, but with his breath, his waiting, his stillness. And the desert, always listening, held them both. Chapter 13, The Moon and the Thief. They camped that night near the edge of a salt flat. The ground was smooth, pale, and cracked like old parchment. The sky above was clear, and the moon rose wide and full, so bright it seemed to rest directly on the earth, as if it had followed them down from the heavens to walk beside their fire. Even the stars on this night took a respectful step back. They did not need lanterns. The moon was their lantern. Mina sat slightly apart from the others, her shawl wrapped high around her shoulders, the edge tucked beneath her chin. She stared at the moon as if it were speaking to her. Omar noticed. "You know it," he said gently. She looked at him. "Yes. I knew it when I was a girl. It came to my window once." There was a silence with interest, not disbelief. Wei poured tea into cups with careful hands. Lele leaned forward, already holding her pen. Bariam stirred the fire, coaxing it to stay awake a little longer. Mina sipped her tea, then began. "There was once a thief who stole only beautiful things. He did not steal for need. He stole for longing. He took the color from silk, the taste from honey, the scent from roses, always leaving the object behind intact but empty. One night, while wandering through the hills, he looked up and saw the moon reflected in a still pond. It shimmered like silver cloth, like pearl, like something only he could truly love. And so, he reached for it. The water rippled. The moon disappeared. He returned the next night, and the next, always reaching, always losing it. Then he had an idea. He took a black bowl, polished it smooth, and caught the reflection in it. "Now it is mine," he whispered. He carried the bowl with him everywhere. He never let anyone see inside it. But over time, the moon's reflection began to fade. Not all at once, just a little dimmer each night. One morning he looked and saw nothing but his own face in the bowl. He wept. He poured the water back into the pond, and sat beside it, empty. Then the moon rose again, whole, distant, untouched. He no longer reached for it, he watched it. He wrote poems to it. He protected ponds. He never stole again. And when he died, they say the moon stayed full for 3 nights in his honor. The story settled around them like smoke from cedarwood, fragrant, slow, impossible to hold. No one clapped, no one spoke immediately. Then Bahram murmured. He didn't want to steal the moon, he wanted to belong to it. Mina nodded, and he thought the only way to keep beauty was to take it. We said, "But some things are only beautiful because they cannot be kept." Lele looked up at the moon, large and quiet and untouchable. "What if we forget that?" Omar stirred the fire softly. "Then we try to name it, trap it, frame it, and lose it," she said. Mina whispered, "Yes." That night, no one wrote, no one sang, no one told another tale. They sat in stillness, the kind only the moon can summon, a stillness where the soul leans forward without moving the body. Lele would later title the story, "The Thief Who Tried to Hold Light," but she would always remember it simply as Mina's moon. Sometime before sleep, Hafiz curled under his blanket, said to no one in particular, "I won't steal anything from tonight. I'll just look." And the moon, overhearing, said nothing, but it stayed. Chapter 14. The Scribe's First Tale. The day had passed in unusual silence. Not of weariness, but of listening, as though the moonlit story from the night before had etched itself into the very air, and no one wished to speak over its lingering echo. They traveled through a narrow pass flanked by red stone walls, carved by time into soft waves. The sun above was filtered by wisps of cloud, casting moving shadows on the path ahead. Even the camels seemed quieter, more thoughtful. Lele walked much of the day, leading her camel on foot. Her journal hung at her hip, unopened. That night, they camped near a dried riverbed, the sand cool and soft beneath their mats. The fire was smaller than usual, enough for warmth, but not for display. No one offered a story, not Omar, not Mina, not Bahram. They looked instead to the fire, as if waiting for it to speak first. Lila sat at the edge of the circle, hugging her knees, watching the flames twist. Her voice, when it came, was quiet, not unsure, but respectful, like knocking on a beloved door. "I have a story," she said. The others turned. Umar didn't smile. He only nodded, once. That was enough. Lele took a breath, then began. There once was a fig tree who grew alone on a hill. She bore fruit every season, even when the rains forgot her. Her figs were golden and sweet, full of warmth, but no one ever came to pick them. She watched birds fly past, goats wander below, travelers rest in her shade, and still, no one reached for the fruit. Seasons passed. Her branches sagged with offering. She whispered to the wind, "Why do I bear fruit if none will take it?" The wind replied, "Because one day someone will be ready." So the tree waited and gave. Years passed. She grew hollow in places. Her bark split. She dropped fruit to the soil and made no complaint. Then, one morning, a child arrived, lost, barefoot, hungry. The child looked up and saw the figs. She reached, she tasted, and the tree for the first time felt something new, joy. The child returned every season. She brought friends, she sang, and when the tree finally gave her last fruit, she did not grieve, because she had waited, and the waiting was the story. Lale looked up. No one moved at first. Then Mina reached over and touched her hand. We whispered. That was enough for a lifetime. The ram cleared his throat and stared at the fire. Omar spoke last. What was the tree's name? Lele smiled, a little. She had none, but the girl called her Henna, which means grace. The fire cracked. Then Omar added, stories are like trees too. They grow when shared. Leigh's eyes shone in the firelight. I've been afraid that my stories weren't real enough, or old enough. Bahram grunted. We don't need old. We need true, Mina said. And that was true. Wei added, even the waiting. Later, as the fire dimmed, Lele unrolled a fresh page. At the top she wrote, the fig tree's first fruit. But below the title, she didn't write the story again. She already knew it by heart. Instead, she wrote a single line. Today I told a story. Tomorrow I will tell another. And somewhere in the quiet, a fig tree she had imagined continued to grow and give and wait. And now, she was listening. Chapter 15. When the caravan split, the land flattened as they neared the edge of a great steppe, where the wind blew long and low, and the ground bore tracks of many feet. Traders, nomads, pilgrims, and beasts, all passing through toward other destinations. Signs of the wider world began to emerge. Broken wheels from old carts, ash circles where other fires had burned, and even once a painted scrap of cloth fluttering from a thorn bush. We noticed it first, two paths diverging. To the south, a well-worn road of packed clay, leading straight to the next market town, faster, but exposed, with little water and no shade. To the west, the older caravan path, slower, winding, but lined with shrines and oasis stops. We could be in the next town by nightfall if we take the southern route, Wei said. Mina frowned. That road is dry. The camels will suffer. Bahram added, and I've seen too many bandits follow straight roads. We looked to Omar. We've lost time. Damascus is still far. If we don't make the autumn market. We're not merchants chasing moons, Bahram interrupted. I am, Wei said, without shame. Silence settled around them. Even Hafiz sensed the shift. Holding close to Surah's reins, Lely looked from face to face. Is this where we part ways? No one answered. Omar knelt by his walking stick and drew two lines in the dust with it. He didn't look up as he spoke. Let me tell you a story, he said, of a flock that faced two winds. There was once a flock of birds who lived on the edge of two seasons. Summer behind them, winter ahead. They knew they must fly, but two winds called to them. One was warm and fast, promising a quick journey, a short effort. The other was slow and twisting, with rest stops and rivers. The flock argued. Some said, we are strong. We can fly the fast wind. Others said, we are wise. We will take the winding air. Eventually, the flock split. The fast birds flew swiftly, but the warm wind changed, and they found no shelter when storms came. The slow birds flew wide, but found food and water, and arrived safely. Only a few returned the next year. When they met again, they did not argue. They flew as one, because they had learned that sometimes speed costs more than time, and staying together keeps you whole. Umar looked up then, not at Wei, but at all of them. Every caravan must choose, he said. But know this, if we split now, we may not meet again. Not in this life. We bowed his head, not in shame, but in thought. Then he stood, walked to Mina, and placed a small pouch of tea in her palm. If you take the west road, he said, leave this at the shrine. My mother used to pray there. You're coming? She asked. He shook his head. Not this time. The lad's eyes welled. Will we see you again? Wei looked at her gently. You will, when the kettle whistles and you are alone. I will be near. They parted with care, not as strangers, not as enemies, but as branches from the same tree, growing in different directions. We walked south, with 2 camels, vanishing like a shadow pulled by sun. The others turned west. The path felt slower, but lighter. As they walked, Baron said, he was right though. About time, Omar replied. And you were right about staying whole. That night, they made camp near a small stone shrine, carved with faded prayers. Mina placed the tea pouch gently on the altar. Leila left a line of writing beneath it, for the one who boiled time into comfort. The stars above looked no different. The sky hadn't noticed the split, but each of them had, and in that quiet, they walked on, fewer in number, but closer in spirit. Chapter 16. The City of Bells. They heard it before they saw it. At first, it was just a faint chiming, like wind passing through metal leaves. But as they crested a low hill near sunset, the sound grew, layered and rhythmic, ringing from dozens of towers and rooftops. It was not chaotic, it was music. Then, below them, a city of copper roofs and tall minarets, where bells of every size hung from wooden beams, stone arches, even garden trees. Some were round and bronze, others long and narrow, made of crystal or beaten silver. The air shimmered with their voices. The City of Bells, Omar said. Lele looked down in wonder. Why so many? They say a bell rings for every emotion the city has ever felt. Joy, grief, reunion, birth, forgiveness. Do people ring them? Hafiz asked. Some, but some ring on their own. When it is time. The caravan entered slowly, heads tilted upward, listening. Children laughed and rang tiny handbells on corners. Old women sang to match the chimes. Lovers placed coins inside hollow bells, said to echo their wishes at dusk. The streets had no grid. They wandered like the wind, and around every bend was another bell, ringing once, twice, then falling quiet again. That night, they stayed in a quiet inn, near the central plaza. From their windows they could see the tallest bell tower, its massive bronze bell turning slowly in the breeze, never fully still. After dinner, they sat in the courtyard under a fig tree strung with wind chimes. Mina, holding a bowl of rice and saffron, asked quietly, "Why do we listen to bells? What are we listening for?" Omar reached into the folds of his robe and pulled out a small rusted bell on a string. Dull, old, barely audible. Then he spoke. There was once a man who could not feel joy. He had not always been that way, but after loss, his heart grew quiet. He worked, he ate, he slept, but the world no longer moved him. One day, he heard a bell ring in the distance. It was deep and slow, like the last breath of something beloved. He followed the sound. He walked for days, through villages, forests, hills. Always the bell sounded again, just as he lost hope, always ahead. At last he reached a temple. The bell was hanging from a tree. He asked the monk, tending it, "What bell is this?" The monk said, "It is the bell of sorrow. It calls those who are not finished grieving." The man sat beneath the tree for 3 days. On the 4th he cried. The bell rang once more, then was still. When he returned home, the trees looked greener, the sky less heavy. He began to smile again, and sometimes, when he laughed too long, a distant bell would ring. Not in warning, but in recognition. The courtyard was quiet after the tale. Hafiz asked, "So sorrow has its own sound?" "Yes," Omar said, "and it deserves to be heard." Lene, notebook in her lap, added, "And when it's heard, it passes." "No," Omar said, "it softens." Baram sighed. "Then maybe my bell's still ringing." "We all carry one," Mina said, some louder, some rusted. Lele reached into her bag and pulled out a tiny bell she had bought earlier. She rang it once, a bright, clean sound. "I want to ring this when I remember something good," she said. Omar smiled. "That is what joy is. the echo of what once touched you. That night, the bells of the city rang in soft waves. Some were sharp and high, like laughter from balconies. Others were low and slow, like prayers whispered at doorways. Each sound meant something, and none of it was noise. Before sleeping, Layla titled her story, The Bell of Sorrow, but added a subtitle she didn't read aloud, and all that follows, because now she knew sorrow was not the end of sound. It was the beginning of music. Chapter 17. The Last Night Fire. They camped on a rise overlooking the plains that led toward Damascus. The stars were already visible when they stopped. There was no wind. The desert lay still, soft with a kind of reverence. The camels knelt without resistance, as if they too knew the journey was almost done. No one said it aloud, but they all felt it. This would be their last fire together. They moved slowly that evening, not out of fatigue, but out of a shared reluctance to bring the day to a close. Bahram polished a final glass trinket by the firelight. Mina passed out a small satchel of clove and sugar as a farewell offering. Hafiz sat close to Surah, stroking her neck without speaking. Weir was gone now, and his absence made the circle feel both incomplete and deeper. Umar lit the fire himself, not with tinder, but with a small bundle of dried fig leaves and sandalwood bark from his own pouch. The smoke curled upward with a sweet, earthy scent that seemed to hold 100 memories. The flames rose, and they waited. Layli, sensing the moment, whispered, "Will you tell us one last story?" Omar stirred the fire with a branch. "Yes," he said, "but this one is not about kings or trees, not about rivers or falling stars." He looked around the circle, truly looked into each of their eyes. "This one is about a caravan," he said, "and a man who did not want to lead it. There was once a man who walked alone through the desert, not because he was wise, not because he had answers, but because he had lost something. He walked to forget. He walked because the stillness did not argue, and because in walking his heart beat just loudly enough to remind him he was still alive. One day, others began to follow him. A merchant, a widow, a boy, a scribe. They did not ask for a leader, they asked for a pace. Someone to walk beside, someone to make the fire, to know the sky. The man did not speak much, but he listened to their stories, their questions, their dreams. Each night, under the stars, they would share stories, and in listening to them, the man found what he had lost. Not a thing, not a place, but a purpose. The stories were not his, but they passed through him, like wind through bells, like tea through glass. And on the last night, before they reached the city, he sat by the fire and said nothing at all, because sometimes the silence is the story. No one spoke for a long while. Even the fire crackled softly, as if trying not to disturb what had been shared. Then Bahram raised his cup of water and said, "To the man who walked alone," Mina added, "and now walks with us." Hafiz reached over and handed Omar a fig he'd saved from lunch. It was slightly squashed, but whole. Omar took it with a bow and smiled. Layli didn't write that night. She just sat, watching the fire, knowing that stories did not always need ink to live. Some stayed in the hands, the heart, the pauses between breaths. The flames danced low and slow, their light catching each face like a closing curtain. Eventually they all lay down, not saying goodnight, but simply letting the silence settle, the same way they'd settled into each other's rhythms and into the desert itself. One last night, under the stars. One last fire. Chapter 18. Damascus. They entered the city just after sunrise. The road into Damascus was lined with fig trees and lavender bushes, their fragrance rising with the morning heat. Minarets caught the light like spears of glass, and domes curved like open palms welcoming them home. From a distance, the city shimmered, not with illusion, but with memory. Layla had never seen anything so alive. Vendors were already arranging their goods. Olives in clay bowls, embroidered cloth, tiny cups of coffee, dark as ink. There were faces of every shade and tongue, carts pulled by horses, traders balancing crates of soap or wool, or pomegranates. The streets buzzed with 1,000 small, unhurried stories. The caravan moved slowly through the crowd. their steps no longer shaped by destination, but by presence. They had arrived. In the square near the Fountain of Seven Lions, they stopped. There was no formal goodbye, only stillness. Omar looked around at the travelers, fewer now, but fuller than when they began. Their clothes bore dust, their eyes bore stories, and their steps had taken on the weight of something lasting. "This is where we part," he said quietly. Mina gave Lele a sachet of dried saffron. "So your pages will always carry a scent." Deharam pressed a small glass pendant into her palm, a swirl of blue and gold. "When you miss the firelight, hold this to the sun." Hafiz hugged Sara's neck tightly. Then, surprising them all, he hugged Omar. Lele turned to the caravan master, unsure what to say. The words gathered in her mouth, but no sentence felt large enough. Omar looked at her with a warmth deeper than pride. "You told your story," he said. "Now others will find their own in it." She nodded, swallowing the weight in her chest. "And you?" she asked. "Where will you go?" Omar looked toward the distant hills, where the road twisted westward into olive groves and cedar valleys. "I'll keep walking," he said. "Some stories aren't finished yet." Later that afternoon, Lele found a quiet place by the city wall, a patch of sun beside an old fig tree. She sat on a woven mat, her journal open, the ink still wet from her last entry. She looked out over the city, the bells in the wind, the scent of jasmine, the sound of coins and laughter, and water in the fountains. She could feel it, the shift. She had arrived not just in a city, but in herself. She took her pen and began a new page. The caravan has ended, but the stories have not. They have taken root in my hands, in the soles of my feet, in the pauses between my words. Omar once said, "It is not coins that bring us to Damascus, but breath and patience and memory." I believe him now. I carry all three, and I will share them, one story at a time. Far away, Omar walked alone along a quiet path, his staff tapping gently against the ground. The air smelled of sandalwood and dusk. He paused beneath a fig tree, sat down, and closed his eyes. He was not tired, only still. Above him, the first stars began to blink into view, not as endings, but as openings, and the road stretched on, the end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.